La boop. Darata. Meowdy. Image. Okay. Browse. So today, here's the deal. Ba 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 ba. Alrighty then. Chat McChats. Here's the deal. I am planning on talking about the possibility of doing some of the various fun things, the various fun tabletop RPGs that I have in my itch.io library. Boop the Lugia. I have a bunch of booklets, a bunch of files for various tabletop RPGs that I want to look into potentially doing. It's up to chat, and I want to get people together. So, boop. We're going to pop into a voice chat and see if anyone pops in while we're there. But yes, boop. Anyways, chatty chat McChats. Oh wait, the chat's hidden. Hold on. Womp. There you go, chatters. You exist. Chatter McChatterson exists. Haha! I knew we could do it. How's the Chatter McChattersons doing? Now, I'm gonna add a source. Another image source, new. No, wait, cancel. I'm gonna add a window capture source. New. It's going to be. It's going to be games we talking about. Okay. Then we're going to set it to capture my itch.io.
I'm just here to say goodnight.
Boop. Fiddle faddle. It won't capture my itch.io.
Oh no, that's not good.
I want it. Okay. It automatically detected it this time. Cool. Okay. So from there, we rescale the itch.io stuff down so y'all can still see. Alright. So this is what we're talking about. Today, we are talking about things like the Gateshead engine. I have yet to open the file for it. I don't know what it's about, but this is one of the examples of what we could do together. Just one of many examples of stuff we could do together. That's not the only thing we'll be talking about today, though. But it's one thing we are. Now, from what I can tell, basically, yeah. Rest well, Lugia. Anyways, I'm kind of concerned that YouTube took so long this time to connect to Discord and make the announcement. Dude, chatty McChats, y'all cutie McCutes. Bop. Give me a second, chatty McChats. Let's see. Announcements. Copy the link so it gets transferred over here so I can paste it on my phone for my Twitter feed. Do 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 do. Da 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 da. Da da da. Da 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 da. Chat, did you know? Y'all adorable. Uh, ah, you goofball. Pay attention to Discord channels next time. Brr, rrr, rrr. Lugia decided to post. Lugia decided to use the Mude bot in the waifu game Discord channel. Dingbat, goofball. Anyways, the Gateshead engine. I stood there in the dark, and gazed up at it. The sheer bulk of the thing, an unbelievable complexity of glass and rivets, and polished steel, hydraulic pistons, and copper tubing that glinted in my lantern's light. A peculiar sensation came over me then, and I felt as if I were looking up at a giant wave about to crash down and drag me into the depths. And now, as I sit in my study with the plans for the engine laid out before me, I fear I may have been right. This one, of course, is single player. This is something I get to do myself. The Gateshead engine is a single player game set in an alternative version of Victorian England. In it, you'll take on the role of an engineer creating a steam-powered mecha for a powerful patron, chronicling your progress, thoughts, and fears in your diary as you go. It can be played in a single session set aside at least 1 hour, or split across several nights of play. Anyways, now there is also from there we want to look at the way you make me feel. No, not the way you make me feel. Never mind. Don't look at that one. That one won't work here. I can't use that on either platform. On either of the platforms I stream on. Because it's talking about specifically relationships and stuff. So it probably goes even farther into that. Now, what we'll talk about this now is, we'll talk about the game I have called, we'll talk about Harvest Valley, the tabletop RPG. This one is, take the train to Harvest Valley, live in a self-sustaining agricultural fantasy town knit tight by gossip and festivals. Needs 4 to 5 players, takes 2 to 4 hours, can be per 1 to 24 sessions. Each player brings a rainbow of 6-sided dice. Choose 6 of your most colorful ones to put on the table. As you all prepare for the town festival, the land will lend you its dice. You'll tell us what your characters do, dream of, and how they make mistakes and grow closer to nature and to each other. As the land you play runs out of dice, you'll tell us how your landscape can't support the people living here anymore. The flow of dice grinds to a halt, and the game ends poorly for all of us. Now there's also For the Dungeon. Is a comedy role-playing game where you get to play as the hapless minions instead of the heroes. You get to be the monsters, basically. Experience the rush of unquestioning loyalty to a darker power and charging into danger with reckless abandon. Raid villages, scout ancient ruins for artifacts, and protect the dungeon from homicidal adventurers. Instead of a well-established world, the game uses principles taken from Powered by the Apocalypse-style games and improv comedy to create the setting. For the Dungeon relies heavily on player-created prompts that are interpreted by the game master to reveal the details of the world. The game is designed to be fast-paced, with a focus on creating memorable moments. Because the game is light and has a greater focus on the story, anybody can pick up and play with minimal effort. The fun is created more through the unexpected scenarios the player gets themselves into than by studying rules. So how do you play? Characters are represented by a set of short descriptions called traits. They cover a character's skills, equipment, and motivations. Traits provide an easy way to know both who your character is and what they're good at. Something inherent to being a minion is their penchant for chaos. Critical failures are a core part of what makes the game unique and fun. Whenever the characters critically fail, the player provides a prompt that the game master uses as inspiration for whatever hilariously unexpected misfortune befalls them. With failure comes experience. When a minion rolls a critical failure, they write down what they learned from the experience instead of tracking experience points. These experiences can be used just like traits, but only as long as you continue to succeed. In addition to playing as a minion, all players get to influence what is going on in the dungeon. During downtime, players choose from a handful of dungeon actions that alter the world to naturally create interesting story hooks to pursue. This one seems like one of the most interesting ones. Now the cool detail is, Abby, this one says that it comes with community copies. So, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna DM you the link to it. Because I think this one I do definitely want to try to play at some point. And I was wondering if you're one of the people I would want to try to join me in this. Now it does get harder based on the fact that it's this very much player driven, but TTS should help. Do me a favor and grab a community copy of this so we can look over this together. later if need be. Traits are short phrases that describe who your character is and what they're good at. Each player has 3 traits determined by what special thing they can do. Talent, what objects they use to accomplish their task. And the emotions and convictions they have. Motivation. So this is kind of like we're on the opposite side. It's D&D, but we're the villains, the monsters, instead of the heroes, the adventurers, basically. But so I DM'd you a link. Let's see. I'm gonna put it in the collab chat as well. Able to claim. Da 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 da. Yeah. So basically, there's don't get caught. There's take it over. Let me do something. All right. So if we open this up with Opera GX, always use this to open PDF files. All right. For the dungeon. So here's the rule book for it that I'm now looking at. The actual rule book probably just tells us should probably tell us how to make characters. For the dungeon, designed by Jordan Palmer. Okay, for the dungeon, how to play. Let's go to how to play. Pretty much what we already read. La boop. Da da da. Meowdy. Oh. Image. Why did that unmute? Whatever. At least my sound wasn't coming through my headset at the time. Also, why is it not currently at the live part? Skip ahead to live. Blep. It was at the beginning. Alright. So the back and forth conversation between all the players and the game master is essential to the game. It is what enables any group to create an interesting story. In this game, both the players and the game master are responsible for keeping the story moving in interesting directions. So look for where the danger, the unknown, and the fun are, and rush in with reckless abandon. At all times, remember that the fiction always comes first. The rules are made to support the narrative and drive the story forward. Always try and think in terms of the story instead of the rules. Moves are the basic ways actions are resolved in the game. Essentially, they help to keep the story moving forward. In order to use a move, players have to first describe what they are doing in the fiction. The narrative determines when moves are triggered, not the players or the game master itself. When a player describes an action fitting one of the moves, they roll 1 die for each trait that would be beneficial in that situation. Players take the highest die as their roll. If you roll a 6, it's a success. If you roll a 4 or 5, it's a complication. You succeed, but at some cost as described. In each of the moves, if you roll a 3 or less, it's a failure. The Game Master gets to make a move against you instead. If the Game Master decides a given action is particularly easy or hard, they may add or subtract a die from the roll as they see fit. Regardless of the difficulty or other factors, you will always roll between 1 and 3 dice. If you have no applicable trait, you may still roll a single die, but treat a roll of 6 as a complication instead. There are 6 basic moves that players can trigger. Avoid danger, cunning ploy, get violent, look around, don't get caught, and talk it over. Critical failures. One of the core aspects of all minions is their penchant for chaos. Critical failures represent those times when a minion tries too hard and fails spectacularly. Whenever you roll a 3 or less, there's always a chance of a critical failure. If any of your dice have a 1 on them, you critically fail. The Game Master will ask for a single word prompt to establish the details. They will then use the word as an inspiration for how things get dramatically worse. But with other failure comes lessons to be learned. The way that characters learn and grow is directly tied to the critical failures. Whenever your character rolls a critical failure, they get to write down a short phrase describing what they learned from the experience. You may choose to use one of your experiences at any time as if it were a trait. On a roll of 6, you get to keep the experience. On a roll of 4 or 5, it can't be used for the rest of the session. On a 3 or less, you lose it permanently. Zeal. All characters start out with 5 points of zeal. These may be spent to change any roll into an automatic success. Zeal never replenishes for a character, and when they're out of zeal, their service may soon end horribly. Harm and death. When your character is injured, they receive 1 harm and roll a single die. If you roll greater than the amount of harm your character has, then they survive. Otherwise, they die spectacularly. If you still have zeal, you may spend it to keep yourself from dying. Harm against non-player characters works a little differently. The average person only needs to take harm once to be taken out of a fight. Those with fighting experience, such as guards or mercenaries, require 2 harm to be taken out of a fight. Adventurers have a set of stunts they can use against the players whenever they take a harm. The player gets to choose one of their stunts to disable. When all of their stunts are gone, the adventurer is defeated permanently. Shiny. Players have the opportunity to gain Shiny, which represents the various bits of gold and valuables minions pick up. Shiny can be spent to gain additional items. There are a few different kinds of items players may gain, usually acting similar to a trait. The GM decides if a given item can reasonably be obtained, but should attempt to include unique magical items. Players earn 1 Shiny each session for their service, but may earn or find more based on the circumstances. Items. Mundane items cost 1 Shiny. They are simple tools and pieces of equipment that don't grant traits but can be used to increase your options within the narrative. Minor items cost 2 Shiny, and are items with a single quick effect. You may use this item as a trait for a single move after which it is expended. Major items cost 4 Shiny and are items with a sustained effect. You may use this item as a trait for any number of actions, but only until using it results in a failure or until the end of the session, after which it is expended. The moves. Making moves. The important thing to remember is that doing what the move describes is how you trigger it. Don't ask if you can get violent, just do it. Tackle someone to the ground or take a swing at them. The game works best when you describe what your character is doing first. Start with the action and use the rules to determine the result. When you're playing the game, you may narrate what your character would do next, and the Game Master will tell you what move to make. At other times, you may know what move you want to make, and you'll describe your character's action in a way that would trigger the move. It's also important to note that the moves are not intended to be repeated over and over unless the situation is changed. If you attempt to look around and fail, then you can't just look harder unless you do something to alter the situation. The moves are designed to create the story. Trust them to do that. Avoid danger. When you attempt something without regard for the consequences, make a roll. On a roll of 6, you pull it off. On a 4 or 5, the Game Master will tell you what it will cost to succeed. Avoid danger is for when your character... So this is one of the traits you can have, I think, if I'm understanding this correctly. Avoid danger is for when your character is trying something risky. You could be trying to climb up a tall wall, run past a set of enemies, or duck for cover to avoid getting hurt. It's a great move to use when the group isn't sure which move. Oh no, it's one of the moves. Which move best applies. The consequence is purposefully open-ended. When it says the Game Master will tell you what it will cost to succeed, the consequences are entirely in their hands. This means they might tell you the move will put you in a bad position, or that you could take harm doing it, or any number of things. It's up to the player if the cost is worth pressing forward. Cunning ploy. When you make preparations or attempt to create an advantage, make a roll. On a roll of 6, you temporarily create a new scene trait. On a roll of 4 or 5, the trait can only be used once and must be used immediately. Cunning ploy is the move for helping the group as a whole. This could be creating a trap, directly trying to help another character, or adding something beneficial to the scene. Essentially, you are trying to change the situation to your advantage. This is a great move for when you want to increase your chances of success. The trait created is temporary, however, and exactly how long it sticks around is entirely up to the GM. Something like creating a fire might stick around for a very long time, while something like setting up a trap might only be usable once. If your roll results in a complication and the conditions aren't right to use it immediately, you lose the opportunity. Getting violent. When you use force against someone, make a roll. On a roll of 6, choose 2. On a roll of 4 or 5, choose 1. You don't take harm, you deal harm to them, you get them out of the way, or you take something from them. Get violent is for when you are using a force to get what you want. This isn't threats, but physically acting against someone. By any means necessary, this could involve attacking someone with a weapon, grabbing or pushing them where you want, or ripping something out of their hands. Give me a sec. Boop, 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 boop. Du, 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 du. Anyways, give me a sec. I wanna do this in case the collab friendos try to look at Twitch instead. But do. Anyways, okay, where was I? Yes. So I was like, so get violent is for when you are using force to get what you want. This isn't threats, but physically acting against someone by any means necessary. This could involve attacking someone with a weapon, grabbing or pushing them where you want, or ripping something out of their hands. If the person or situation in which you are getting violent is inherently dangerous, then you are inviting the GM to give you harm unless you specifically choose the option to avoid taking any harm. Look around is when you attempt to gather information or search an area. Make a roll, or on a roll of 6 you may ask one question from the following list. On a 4 or 5 the Game Master chooses a question and answers it. What is dangerous here? What is valuable here? What has recently happened here? And what is hidden here? Look around is the move for when you want to know more about what's around you. When you ask a question, the Game Master will answer truthfully and attempt to give you information that is helpful to you. It doesn't matter exactly how you discovered the information. If you ask the question, the Game Master will give you the answer and explain how you found the info. Don't get caught is when you try to deceive someone or do something without them noticing. Make a roll. On a roll of 6, nobody notices. On a roll of 4 or 5, choose 1. The deception will not last long, or you are exposed to danger somehow. Don't get caught is for whenever you're trying to trick another person, whether you're trying to keep them from noticing you hiding, taking something from them, using a clever disguise, or lying to them. This is the move. If you choose for the deception to not last long, then they will attempt to find you after they find out what you did. This means the Game Master will bring them back as a problem you will have to deal with. Being exposed to danger means that you either suffer a repercussion now, or that the Game Master will soon cause the situation to get dangerous. When you ask something from Talk it over is when you ask something from someone willing to listen. Make a roll. On a roll of 6, you convince them to help you. On a 4 or 5, they demand something more in return. Talk it over is for the situations when you have someone who is already willing to listen to you. This is not for dissuading hostile or violent enemies. You must have a good reason why they should listen to you in order to use their move. You can attempt to bribe someone with shiny or explain how helping you is also their best interest, but some reason that makes the person willing to listen to a minion is necessary. If they demand something in return, they might ask for something physical they want or a favor, but they refuse to help until you've completed your end of the bargain first. Now, making a character. The first step to creating a character is deciding who they are and how they fit into the world. The game assumes you are playing a minion of some evil overlord or monster. Players are encouraged to choose something monstrous for their character. A goblin, an orc, etc. Players are free to play anything they want, so don't be afraid to play as something weird. Once you have a general idea of who they are, you need to choose 3 traits to represent them. Once you have a general idea of who they are, you need to choose the 3 traits to represent them. These traits should be short phrases that describe your character's talent, tool, and motivation. When you choose a trait, think carefully about how it can help you with the moves. By the way, Abby, if we are going to be playing this, how about you work on prepping your character? There doesn't seem to be a character sheet in here. Just write down the traits and stuff. The 3 traits, which are basically just phrases that describe your character. Like the tool is the motivations, etc. Talents, okay. So traits to represent them. These traits should be short phrases that describe your character's talent, tool, and motivation. When you choose a trait, think carefully about how it can help you with the moves. If you can't immediately think of a way to use it for more than one move, try and come up with a different trait. Talents are what your character is good at. It could be their incredible strength, how sneaky they are, or maybe it's their ability to breathe fire. Keep in mind, these are short phrases that describe these. Not like paragraphs, but like 1, maybe 2 sentences. So not like long paragraphs, but short paragraphs. Tools are what your character owns. It should be something that defines who they are, a favorite piece of equipment. It could be a rusty old sword they always carry with them, their set of climbing gear, or even an animal companion. Motivations are what drive your character, what emotion defines them, or how they see the world. They can be defined by their thirst for vengeance, their fear of getting hurt, or their belief that humans are evil. GMs always have the final say on whether a player's trait is allowed in their game or not, but they should take care to accommodate a player's chosen concept. Players can choose to swap these traits out at a later time, as their idea of their character becomes more solidified or they gain new items and experience. However, this should be done infrequently and requires permission from the GM to do so. Finally, players choose a single perk for their character from the following list. Players also start with 3 shiny worth of starting gear for their character. Perks are things that make a character special. They tend to define the way a character interacts with the world. Perks may offer characters special abilities. New ways to interact with basic moves, or entirely new moves that only they can use. Players can choose from any of the following. Mayhem. You may use prompts from critical failures as if they were scene traits. Additionally, once per session, you may narrate how a critical failure was actually an incredible success. Breaker. When you attempt to destroy an object or structure, make a roll. On a 6, it's broken beyond repair. On a 4 or 5, the GM chooses one effect. You draw unwanted attention, you destroy something else that was important, or you accidentally harm someone in the process. Slippery. When you attempt to escape a bad situation, make a roll. On a roll of 6, choose 2 options. On a roll of 4 or 5, choose 1 option. The options are you escape without being noticed, you escape without taking harm, or you escape with someone or something. Curious. When you look around, you may ask any question of the game master. Hoarder. You may reveal that you have an item with you by spending an appropriate amount of shiny as if you already had bought it. Additionally, your character starts with 3 extra shiny. Dabbler. You are able to use magic by spending zeal. When you want to unleash magic forces, choose a target and prompt the GM. They will narrate the effects of the magic in a way that is far beyond a normal success. Leader. When you tell everyone what the plan is, others may roll an extra die once when following that plan. Mastermind. Twice each session you may reveal you had done something at an earlier time. Make one move as if flashing back to the moment, even if you hadn't previously established you'd been there. Distraction. When you attempt to distract or stall for time, make a roll. On a roll of 6, all eyes turn to you. On a 4 or 5, you distract them for a short amount of time, but they retaliate when your time is up. Reckless. When you react to something new, before anyone else, and without making a plan, roll an extra die. Skilled. Choose a trait and a move. Whenever you use these together, you may treat any roll as a 4 or 5 regardless of what you actually rolled. Protective. When an ally would take harm, describe how you protect them and make a roll. On a roll of 6, you protect them and they don't take harm. On a 4 or 5, you take the harm instead of them. Tough. When rolling for harm, you survive if you roll equal to your level of harm. Additionally, when you spend zeal to avoid death, you roll an extra die on your next move. Grovel. You can try and talk it over with those that are hostile or unwilling, but on a success roll, you treat it as a complication instead. The Game Master cannot choose to harm you as a consequence when using this move. Then there's custom perks. Sometimes you want to create a custom perk that fits your character specifically. This could be because none of the provided perks fit your character, or because something you wanted didn't easily fit as a trait. In either case, creating custom perks is encouraged. Choose one of the provided perks and work with your GM to modify the wording to match your idea. New perks should always be something you can use frequently, and that defines the way that your character plays. Sessions. The first session. Before you start the first session, there are a few things you need to cover as a group. First, work with your game master to figure out who owns the dungeon. Answer the following questions to learn more about them. Who are they? What is their goal? What is their motivation? These questions help establish who you're working for. The difference between their goal and their motivation is important. A goal is what they ultimately want. Their motivation is when they want it. Each player should tell a quick story of how they came into the dungeon owner's service, or a defining experience they have had. Next, each player should describe how something went horribly wrong for their character in their past. They may add this as an experience to their character sheet. It's assumed the characters have been working together for some time, and this helps facilitate that shared bond. Last, it's important to fill in the details of the world a bit more. Perform each dungeon action from the following section once to fill in some details about the world. After you have a few details, you may choose to receive something created by a dungeon action, or turn to the GM to tell you what your overlord requires of you. Between sessions, whenever there is a significant amount of time to rest and recover, all players remove all harm from their character and may collectively choose what the other minions in the dungeon have been up to by choosing a dungeon action. Dungeon actions are how the events in the world are generated. Specific actions reveal different things about the world and help the players know what opportunities they can pursue. Each action has a potential upside and a potential downside. Depending on how the players roll, you may not choose the same dungeon action twice in a row. There are 3 actions the group may choose from: raid a village, meddle with magic, and send a scouting party. Raid a village is all players gain 1 shiny and your notoriety increases by 1. Each time you choose this action, roll a die. If you roll less than or equal to your notoriety, the Game Master will create an adventurer to pursue you and your notoriety is reset. Meddle with magic, tell the GM what you're trying to accomplish with magic and roll a die. If you roll a 6, you create the desired effect. On a 4 or 5, you discover the need of some odd component. For each component you've gathered, you may roll an additional die. Silly. No. The Overlord is whoever is in charge of we decide is in charge of the dungeon. And it's not a player. It's an NPC that we put in charge of the dungeon. That we've created specifically for this universe. Yes, silly. And most of your decisions are determined by whoever the game master winds up being. If it's me, or if it's someone, or we choose to have someone else game master for us. You know? You choose this action, roll a die. If you roll less than or equal to your notoriety, the game master will create an adventure to pursue you, and your notoriety is reset. Meddling with magic is you need to tell the GM what you're trying to accomplish with magic and roll a die. If you roll a 6, you create the desired effect. For a 5, you discover the need of some odd component. Each component you've gathered, you may roll an additional die. On a 3 or less, the magic backfires. And the game master always determines the exact effect of the magic. Sending a scouting party, choose a single word as a prompt for new information and roll a die. On a 6, you add an undiscovered location to the world that has some beneficial item or resource. On a 1, the prompt backfires and you've drawn the attention of something nearby. On any other roll, the Game Master will reveal a new opportunity nearby. Now then there's the Game Master aspect of things. There are 3 responsibilities that the Game Master has. Gaming principles are all about what happens within the game. Narration principles are all about how you describe the world and action. Lastly, consequences are for the things you should do when a player fails a roll. Sticking to these principles and enforcing consequences is essential to your role as a gaming master. Gaming principles. Play to find out. Never create a specific plot or think about what should happen next. Your attention should always be focused on the character's actions. Actively listen to what the characters are doing and react to the first thing that comes to your head. It may be hard to let go and not actively think about a plan, but the game's mechanics are designed to help answer this question. If you ever feel like you don't know what to do, prompt the players and use that to inspire what happens next. Focus on fiction. Always worry more about what's happening in the fiction than what the rules say. The rules are made to support the story, not the other way around. The rules are important to making the game flow correctly. Following them is important, but they should never be the focus. Instead of having players tell you when they want to use moves, encourage them to focus on what their characters are doing, and let the moves naturally trigger from their choices. Embrace the chaos. Fill the characters' lives with ways they can get into trouble. Whenever you ask yourself what comes next, always choose the most interesting option. Keep every scene moving and try to change the situation they're in, often. Don't feel like you have to be clever or creative. The way that the game works will naturally create random and fun moments. As for the narration principles, focus on the character. Always address the characters, not the players. Ask questions about what their character would do, or how they feel in the given situation. The characters play a central role in the game. Focusing on the character rather than the player will help your players get into their roles more. Fill the world with wonder. The world is big, and the characters are only a small part of it. Get prompts from the players often to establish details about places they've never been to. Make the game bigger than the dungeon. When you prompt the players for new details, just go with the first thing that pops into your head. Don't be afraid to create wild and crazy places or people. Make characters memorable. Every person the characters meet should have a name and a unique detail. Reuse people the characters know instead of creating new ones. Consider writing down a list of names and details you can use at a moment's notice. Using the same guidelines for creating traits is a great way to add more details to characters. Give them a distinctive talent tool or motivation and call out this detail to the players. It doesn't give them a bonus, and you shouldn't call it a trait. It's just a detail that helps the players latch on to who this character is. Setting the scene. The game is best managed when it is broken down into scenes. New scenes are created whenever the characters enter a new location. Moving from scene to scene is a natural way to progress the game. It's perfectly okay to skip forward in time and move to another scene. You don't have to play out every time the characters travel or rest. Fill in the details quickly and skip to the fun parts. Don't forget to call out one detail as a scene trait. These are important to the game's balance and help the characters succeed in situations their characters normally wouldn't be skilled in. Consequences are essential to making the game work properly. Don't shy away from hitting the players hard, but never seek to punish them for their choices. Consequences give the game stakes and help drive the action forward by creating new problems. When a player rolls a 3 or less, this is a failure, and you may choose one of the following consequences. Always choose the consequence that best fits the narrative when a player rolls a failure. You don't have to stick to this list, but it's strongly encouraged to choose something with meaningful consequences. Remove a scene trait, use their actions against them, take an opportunity away from them, harm them or something they care about, warn them of impending danger, hit them with danger, or increase their notoriety and force a roll at session end. Removing a scene trait is a great way to make a situation harder on the players. This is especially good if they have used cunning ploy to create one first. It's also appropriate to use the scene trait against them in some minor way when you remove it. Create a new problem they have to deal with because the scenario is now changed. Use their actions against them. Sometimes the players cause their own trouble. When they give you the perfect conditions to cause their own trouble, give them exactly what they deserve. Take an opportunity away from them. Using the consequences is all about closing doors and burning bridges. Be careful that when you use this consequence, they still have routes in front of them that they can take. Harm them or something they care about directly. Harm their character and make them roll to see if they die, or not. You can also hurt another character, wreck a location they frequent, or break a mundane item they like. Warn them of impending danger. Create some threat that is going to be really bad when it comes, but give them a chance to prepare for it. This could be the knowledge that enemy reinforcements are coming, or that a particular situation looks like it could turn deadly fast. Hit them with danger. After you've warned them, it's important to follow through and hit them with the danger they were warned about. In some cases, the situation they are in is inherently dangerous and you can hit them without warning. Increase their notoriety. When word gets back to the wrong people. So there isn't an actual character sheet. What you need to do is, as we've described earlier, for when we do plan this out, you need to name your character. You need to give them traits. You need to give them a small, short, descripting trait. You need to describe. You need about 3 very short paragraphs about your character. One of the paragraphs describes a talent or talents that your character are good at. Say the ability to breathe fire, for example. But it has to be very brief, and I'm assuming they'd rather you not try to do multiple talents in one. But they want your traits, your talents to be, they basically want your traits to be useful for multiple moves. One of the things you describe is something you have with you, something you own. And the last descriptor is why you became a minion. Why you specifically, your character specifically, is a minion. Whoever we decide to be the game master has the final say. And we also have to take into account, I was planning on looking at some of the other games as well to decide if we wanted to play any of the other games too. This one seems like one of the most fun, which is why I went for it first. But basically, go to the characters tab of the PDF that you were provided when you downloaded it. When you downloaded the game. And read that section a little bit over on your own. Because you also get a perk that you need to choose as well. You and I can discuss later on if you want a custom perk instead of one of the ones that already exists. However, now we are down in the Game Master section describing what the Game Master gets to do. We were talking about consequences. We were just talking about hitting them with danger and increasing their notoriety. Game Masters also introduce adventurers occasionally. Once each session. We don't need to ask Lugia, you silly. An overlord is usually considered a villain. Is usually considered the main villain, the dungeon leader, the dungeon owner. Silly. We don't ask Lugia. You're asking the game master, not the in-game character. You silly. The game master has final say in everything. The overlord is what is referring to the dungeon owner. The in-game owner of the dungeon. Your players may need help creating a character. Creating good traits is really important to making sure that a character is able to do what the player envisions. Hacking your game. While For the Dungeon was designed with the idea of playing as a minion in the dungeon, there are a lot of other great settings that fit similar tropes. If you want to run a game about being a henchman or the supervillain, an ordinary soldiers during a war, you only have to retheme things to make it fit. However, you can also use these alternate rules to tweak the tone of the game. Heroic. Okay, so basically, is there a character sheet a suggested character sheet it's providing? For example, because I didn't see that. No, there is not a specific character sheet. Alright, so how this works is we'll use we'll use part of a normal D&D character sheet, I guess. He's a minion in the dungeon. There are a lot of other great settings that fit similar tropes. If you want to run a game about being
Chat, sorry.
Ack! Why? Ack! Anyways, here, so D&D character sheet. So what we would probably use, if we go to what we would probably use for our thing is specifically the character name, the race, so at the top you would put your character name, your race, and then we don't use experience points for this. I'll do something real quick. I'll write a little one up. Alright. We'll do this together. So if we go over here to stream, now I'm going to add another window capture. Okay. We'll tell it to do WordPad document. Okay. So, let's say that in here in the Arra the Fox character sheet, I go over to the document. I name myself Arra Kitsune. Then I go ahead and from there, I decide that my character is, of course, a Hokyoku Kitsune. I then describe my character. She is a Arctic fox spirit who is exceptionally talented at causing ice magic related chaos. However, we then have to take into account while doing this, for the dungeon it specifically says that we need to make sure that character traits are short phrases that describe who your character is. Each player has 3 traits, determined by what special thing they can do. A talent, for example. It's interesting to do this as your first. It would be interesting to do this as your first thing. But so if we go to making a character in the PDF you were provided, for example, it says that a talent is what your character is good at. It could be their incredible strength, how sneaky they are, or maybe it's their ability to breathe fire. So in this case, I've covered that by saying that she's a Arctic fox spirit who's exceptionally talented at causing ice magic related chaos. I said arrow key. So from there, we then say, because now it also, the next thing it says in the PDF is tools. Something she always has with her. She always carries around a snow globe that acts as a port key to a pocket dimension where she lives. So then we go from there. It then says, after that, motivations. What emotion defines them, or how they see the world. A long time ago, the very people she protected, killed her. Well, no, betrayed her. So, she now despises all that is good in the world. And that's all we need to do. Except for one little detail. We then need to choose. In here, it specifically talks about character perks. Every character gets one. I would probably end up, this character would probably end up with Dabbler. Perk, Dabbler. These are her traits. Now, we probably want something that counts the shiny that she owns. In this case, since she hasn't done an adventure yet, she owns 3 shiny to her name. Then it also says starting gear. So we want a thing here that says gear. Aside from this little snow globe of hers, it says that every character starts with gear. So from there, we would want her to have, we want to decide what her gear is. So if we go back up to the table of contents for the PDF we were provided, items. So I believe it said we all start with, let's see. If I recall, it says that you all start with a starter kit of 3 shiny worth of gear. So we would all start with 3 mundane items, or 1 mundane item and a minor item. We would then want to describe the item. The gear. So in this case, she would start with a bow. Actually, let me reread this. Well, because I'm confused. I thought this. Okay, hold on. I could have sworn I saw something that said that she starts with, that they start with stuff. Making a character. Let's see. Finally, players choose a single perk. No, that's not it. I think it was something. Where was that? I could have sworn it said something else starting with gear. They may add this to it as an experience. Okay. Each player should describe how something went horribly wrong for their character in the past. Last, it's important to fill in the details between sessions. Yeah, responsibilities, game effects. Focus on the fiction. Focus on their characters. Yada yada yada. Consequences. This one is very story driven, I think. It may not be one we actually want to do in the long run. Now that I'm looking at it, when a player comes to you with their concept, take a look at their traits. Are any of them so specific that you don't imagine it coming up during the game? Are any of them so general that the player will be able to justify using it every time? If your answer to yes to either of these questions, then it is not a good trait. But yeah, basically, which sound? So here's a play example. GM. The Dark Druid has sent you to plant her magical seeds in the royal gardens. You're at the castle wall now. What do you do? The goblin then says, I'd like to send my rat scurrying up the wall and scout what's on the other side. GM says, sounds like you're looking around. Go ahead and roll 2 dice for your traits, Rat Companion and Curiosity. My highest die is a 6. I'm going to choose to ask what is hidden here. GM, your rat scurries up the wall. Ed notices a secret entrance into the gardens. He also knows a few guards patrolling on the other side. Orc. I'll distract the guards while you two rush into the garden and plant the seeds. I'm going to use some rope to climb over the wall and try to ambush the guards. GM. As you cross over the top of the wall, the guards turn in surprise to see a giant orc lumbering over the wall. How are you trying to keep them busy while the others plant the seeds? Orc. I'll use my incredible strength and my desire to protect. To try and pin... I don't know what that would be then. Try to pin them against the wall and let friends go by. Give me a second. Let's cross over the top of the wall. The guards turn in surprise to see a giant orc lumbering over the wall. How are you trying to keep them busy while the others plant the seeds? Okay. I don't know. I keep getting told that's happening. It keeps happening at random, unexplained intervals. Let my friends get by. Go ahead and roll for Get Violent. That's a complication. My highest die is only a 4. That means you only get to choose one option from the list. What's your choice? I'm going to choose to get them out of the way. You manage to pin them against the outer wall, but not before one of them stabs you with his spear. I'm going to need you to roll against your harm. Hi, Russ. Hi, Dingman. Friend do. Hi. We're currently talking about this game here to the left. I'm showing an example of a character sheet that I've written up for myself, for if I were to play. I thought I remembered the PDF talking about you, yeah, you did, Gaelic. You silly. How you doing? Welcome. Give me a second. Okay, why won't it work this on here? Give me a second, Gaelic. Yeah, I know. Sorry, I forgot that you had used Fluffy at the beginning of your name. I can't do it here for some... Okay, there we go. Add as moderator to Gaelic managing mod. Alright. So now, so far, everyone that has been in my chat that was a moderator on my Twitch has become a moderator here. Alright. But yes, Fluffy, I forgot that you used Fluffy as your name. That's all. But anyways, I was talking about the possibility of doing For the Dungeon right now. This is only one of the games I own that is a physical game, aka tabletop RPG. Although I don't think this one really constitutes a true tabletop RPG as it more constitutes talking about it as a it talks about it more as everything you do is story driven, so documentation. And your character sheet is technically speaking something like this. And so as you go, no, I don't know what's causing it this time. It keeps happening, and it keeps seeming to be temporary. Abby pointed it out as well. Apparently it randomly started. Anyways, so experiences instead of experience, because we don't get experience points. In the past, Arra Kitsune recalls being betrayed by her home village and running off, where she then met the dungeon owner. The dungeon owner... Don't you dare bite the cord. You're gonna make whatever's going on worse. Leave the cord alone, cat. The dungeon owner offered her a job as one of his minions. She accepted. Come on. Get back up here, cat. So this would be the past experience that led to her joining. In the process, she had to defend the owner, defend her new master from a villager, an adventurer. I'll look here in a sec. Let's see. The sheet you've written. Okay. So, I see you literally, you quite literally yoinked essentially a edited copy of a D&D sheet. Cool. I actually like the design you went with here. Ninja Gunner. Abby. Description. Fast ninja girl that can deal damage from high precision shots. Perk, stealth. Items, magic scroll, and smoke bombs. So remember, experience would be more of experience is. I believe it says you start with 5 zeal in the descriptor, not 3. Other than that, your sheet is better than what I just did. Better than my example. Abby, character sheet. Can you send me a blank copy of that? By the way. Abby. But basically, you don't want it to show harm points from the get-go. Because harm points are bad. The harm points are the closer you are to death. As well. Let's see what the new... Yeah, let's charm. Hatos spelled. For the waifu game. But yeah, harm is the bad thing that you don't want to be currently depicted as being collected. Zeal is by default 5 unless you've spent it. Blank score character sheet. Save. And I think it talks about you not supposed to be starting with harm in the description. Hmm. Um. But like it's not experience because we don't get experience points. It should be. It's described as experience is, though. All right. So there is also Abby. If you want to look over a detail in the PDF, there is in fact a in the rulebook. There is in fact a little descriptor that says there's a descriptor that says that. Hold on. Give me a sec. Uh, what was I thinking? Oh yeah. There's a little bit of a example story gameplay on page 42 of the thing if you want to get an idea. But we have to decide who our dungeon owner is. We'll also still have to eventually decide we'll also have to eventually decide who the actual GM is going to be. If I'm going to be the GM or if someone else that's joining us is going to be the GM. Yes, Boop the Fluffy friend do. Thank you for popping in, by the way. What's this? I see that. Remember that the sheet you're gonna have to have a separate sheet for experience, separate sheet for experiences expanded, where we're gonna be writing up multiple different experiences that happen throughout the gameplay. As well. So we'll need a variant of that for that as well. Also, chat. Guess what I learned? sometime tomorrow, possibly, my waifu cup will be delivered. Yeah, I'm thinking more of like a copy of the experiences section by it, clipped out by itself and then stretched to have a bunch of lines. Like an experience section that's literally just called experience, and then there's just a whole bunch of lines, like a full scale sheet. Because it talks about we have to continually be writing stuff down throughout the gameplay. That's the problem here. That's part of why I used this, the Word document, the WordPad doc. This one might not be the most optimal one for most people. You know? So I'm going. Let's go talk. Let's talk about one of the other games I have as well. Now, because yes, that one will probably be the one we actually. That'll be one of the ones we definitely want to do at some point, and it's good to preemptively prep for it. And I want it to be like a sheet of Word, like a Word document sheet. So let's say where the first, like if we were in an actual Word document where it would end, it's what I would want. Because then we can just have a whole bunch of copies of just the experiences section. We can get another blank copy every time if we fill it up enough experiences. Another example of a game I was thinking about trying out was this one. Let me check something. Nope, never mind. Space Goblins won't work. Corvid Court was the other one I really wanted to look at trying. But the copies are all... The free copies are all gone. Bleh. Oh well. The separate copies are all gone. I would have to literally screen share with someone about it. This one doesn't have community copies. But Corvid Court was one. That's why I said that might not be the best option for you to start with. Excuse me? What do you mean I don't have access to this page? Excuse me? Oh, wait. It did let me download it. That's funny. It's pulling that kind of thing. That's just a meme, I guess. It's a meme. I think that was a meme. Truth be told. Nah, this one. This one is really interesting. Slayers. Unfortunately, again, there are no community copies. But we can go over the rules together. Character creation. So today's stream is pretty much me just talking about the different tabletop RPGs I have and what we can do together. Like we could play and trying to offer asking if any of my chat, my community would want to play them together. Like for example, Slayer's here. I want to look at the Slayer section of this. It only provided the PDF. Why does it say character sheets? Okay. It says it's a demo. Open the character sheet section. What is this? Ah! Okay. So this is a demo. Not a demo, actually. It's just being used as a demo. Gotcha. It's being labeled as a demo. That means that y'all could probably grab it. You could grab the demo stuff to look over it. Yeah, it's mostly just the concept of we're looking at different TTRPGs and trying to decide what we're doing here. So, Abby, go to this game on itch.io and see if it'll let you download the demo. The character sheets. I don't have this. That's problematic. Am I able to grab it? No. Curses! The almanac. I can't grab the almanac. So we would be stuck with the main game, with the main map, unless we wanted to make our own copy. Our own map. Unfortunately, there are no additional copies available for the community right now. But Slayers is an example. I do have this. These are supplements for Slayers. That basically, this one is their classes, their new class options. This one does have 35 copies, community copies remaining. Spire Labyrinth is also an area. It includes a new district to slot into your Slayer's game. There's apparently a Slayer's Creators Kit. Doctor class. Interesting. I will be installing this. But, there's 8 additional classes on this one. Doesn't have any community copies available to it, unfortunately. But, yeah. Yeah, Slayers itself has preset classes. Has built-in preset classes. But content creators can use the creation kit to make additional classes of their own. I'm kind of nervous about going all the way to the top of here because I do have an NSFW game that I think has an NSFW thumbnail. In fact, it's the game I took a screen cap of to show for the third form. I think its thumbnails NSFW, if I recall. Nope, okay, it's not, but I'm gonna scroll down. Anyways, because this is too far up. The ground itself. I don't know if we want to do this one. The classes for Slayers are? Open. Okay. So I have this. The ground itself by Everest Pipkin. A tabletop world building game. What? So you don't like any of the pre-existing ones, or or is it the custom ones too? The free custom ones. Let's see. Getting started. Oh, that's interesting. This one won't work. The ground itself won't work for our intents and purposes. Although this one might. Let's see. Let's see what it looks like. So you don't like Slayers, I take it. Or any of the other suggestions, I'm guessing. There was one in my list that was 8 different, if you go down here, look at fractal onauts. Look up fractal onauts. Though they'll probably not your cup of tea either. I also have One Flesh, One End, which was free as well, I think, or I got it free. That includes Cavalier and Necromancer. That's the one of the ones that has free, that you have to claim community copies for. But there's community copies for that you'd want to grab. But basically, it's an add-on for Slayers that tells you how the character works. It tells you how their two characters work. But again, we don't have to do Slayers if you don't want. There's O Maker. Yeah, the one that I was it's called Fractal. The one with 8 is called Fractal Knots. Here. The one with 2 is called One Flesh, One End. I don't know if you get access to, if you can gain if there's a demo one that you can get access to, though. Right now I'm looking at a game called Troika. Right now I'm looking at this game. I don't know what the system reference document is. But you could also grab the Slayer's creator kit and create your own after looking through the rules. Although they might have done an interesting thing to make it harder for me to give it to do anything like that. It looks like Troika does not have any community copies. I don't know what the demo is. What any of those demo pieces are. But there was also an old version of Slayers. There's also a wizard. That I've yet to actually open. So this includes this is OSR based, huh? A lot of these things are things we would want to do in a session 0. No, the wizard is the bad guy, I think. If I'm understanding this correctly. Yeah, the wizard's the bad guy. Hi, Cram. We've been discussing different games, different tabletop RPGs that I own. The one we currently have progress into working with is For the Dungeon. Both Abby's made a character as well as some character sheets at this point. For the Dungeon. It looks like it's going to be the most likely candidate so far. But it also looks like it'll be the most difficult. I mean, we technically could do a homebrew D&D, but like, have you seen what they've been trying to pull? Some of that stuff is, some of the stuff they're doing is oomph. Excusez-moi. I mean, why that Foxfair's not burnt? Tabletop archaeology. One or three D20 per player can be shared. One pencil per player. One sheet of paper per player. Friends. Number of players 300. Jesus. But D&D has been pulling some weird stuff lately. Schema. A rules engine. Interesting. This is specifically for making a game based off of... For making your own game. Let's see, what's this? Dink. Let's see what's this look like. Oh, that's that. Okay. That's not what I thought it was. Character sheets is the one I would want. Interesting. background. Interesting. Interesting character sheet. Um, Now if we look at the actual rule book, what does this look like? Schema is a fairly light engine for role-playing games, albeit one that can become more complex as play goes on. One where the stakes in a role are substantially more dense than Did I Succeed. The devices of the engine make setting up and resolving complex roles very easy. Schema is played with a character sheet per player, and also a stake sheet usually kept in the middle of the table as the central point for these roles. Schema is described as an engine rather than as a game because it is intended for tinkering and fitting to your group and your setting. It's not generic or all-purpose, but it is adaptable. You'll need dice, tokens, and guide preparation for using Schema primarily means prepping the game for the chosen setting. Making skill list adjustments is needed. Interesting. Okay, that's what that is. Okay. That makes sense. Boons. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Feats. Okay. Next. Okay. So this looks like it would be essentially a alternative for actual D&D. Schema does. Give me a second, Crim. Lovely Crim. The one we were looking at last was up here. The one we've currently been working on is up here. Where is it? This one. Control C. You would want to go grab where's your name in Discord? Why? There it is. There we go. This. There is a thing there that I would need you to grab. I don't even think that this one counts as being like D&D as much as it's aside from the fact that it's interesting. Is that the bundle I already own? Interesting. No, it's not. Okay. Interesting. Let's see what my copy says. Fillable character sheet. spreads. Getting started. This rulebook, 2 to 6 other people you know, like, and trust. Some 6-sided dice, also called D6. Communal copies of the traits and roles indexes, page 13 to 24. Copies of the character sheet for each player, page 25. Paper and pencils. Play as a conversation. Okay, so this one functions very similar to, this one apparently functions very similar to For the Dungeon, in the sense that it's conversation driven. The one I currently have, I'm looking at. But it apparently functions very, very similar. Intended to be very much treated like a conversation. The referee being the game master. It's literally pretty much just a conversation. Procure a character sheet, yada yada yada. Okay. But with dice rolls involved. Interesting. Interesting. This one looks fun. It looks complicated for people like Abby and I who aren't all that creative, but it looks fun and it's also more laid out than, say, the one called Goon, called it's pretty much Goons and Goblins but RPG. 3 watching now. Interesting. Hey Chad, did you know boop? A boop is the word. But yeah, it's kind of very similar. To the For the Dungeon one. That might as well be a Goons and Goblins in RPG form. Kidding. Or am I? Wah, 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 wah. I'm sitting in VC and no one's talking. No one's joined me. Wah. Goblins in Shadow. It's a world of clockwork and magic, of smoke and shadow. Players will take on the roles of a set of goblin revolutionaries, working to undermine the elves and humans who have conquered their homeland and built an empire on its corpse. They'll advance their goals by taking on scores missions that gather sympathy for their cause, or take direct action against their oppressors, ending in a final attempt to assassinate one of the elven ministers ruling the city. To do that, they'll need to avoid being caught by the Watch or the Hounds, the elite special police of the city. They'll also need to balance their obligations to the various factions of the city, as well as their own personal obligation. The rule of elves will be broken by goblins in shadow. Wah, 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 wah. Open. GoblinsandShadows.pdf. Resistance and Revolution, Forged in the Dark, by Simon Moody. Goblins is okay. Yep. You'll need a handful of six-sided die. One person will be the game master, and 2 or 4 people will be the players. I didn't realize I could do that. Okay. Okay. So there isn't true character creation, I guess. There are documents. Okay. So this is kind of like dark. This is kind of like this one would be kind of like Darkest Dungeon, but RPG form. And you are specifically one of 4 goblins. Okay. Interesting. Enjoy your nap. Hmm? I said, did you enjoy it, you silly? So they were there, I just couldn't find them for some reason.
Exactly where I told you they were. They were just underneath other stuff.
Wah.
I should grab some of those while I was in here.
Wah, 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 wah.
Hey, I'm surprised you didn't come snooze with me.
Wah, wah.
Is he in here in the box?
I don't know. I have no idea where he was. Wah, wah. Wah. Wah, 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 wah. Yeah, I was looking over some of the stuff I have. Some of the RPGs I have with chat. One of them looks kind of interesting. But also seems like it would be hard for most of us to set up. You know? Oh, sorry about that, Abby. I didn't have the chat open, so I couldn't hear your TTS. Well, I didn't know she was in there. And it, for whatever reason, didn't make a note. Before you sit, can you make sure my cord's plugged? Just to be safe. Okay. Do-do-do-do-do. But yeah, I don't. There's a new bundle with a couple of the games in it now.
Yeah, there's for Prime, there's a clear bundle that's got like 400 things in it.
Yeah.
I don't know what the price is though.
60.
For what you get, it's probably very, very worth it.
Epic
Yeah.
Abby said Logia also wanted to buy it LOL.
What, the bundle? The new one? The Pride one? Yeah.
Epic Abby said yes.
Not surprised. But, several of the games that are in the... several of the... At least 2 of the RPGs I opened up on stream today are in that bundle. I think. Was it 2 or was it just the 1? It might have just been the 1. What was the other bundle? The one we bought?
It was a social justice bundle.
Okay. Careful, cat. Yeah, so I have good news. My waifu cup will be here sometime tomorrow, most likely, or at least at the post office sometime tomorrow. Oh, racial justice and equality. Was this the last year's, not last year or that year's Pride Month?
It wasn't. It happened in June, but it wasn't from Pride.
It wasn't specifically for Pride Month.
All the protesting that was going on.
Okay, so it was during all that protesting.
2020, I believe.
Back in 2020, it was during all that protesting. Okay.
Yeah, and the bundle price was only either 10 or 15 bucks.
Five.
That's why I got it for both of this.
5. It was only 5. It says I only spent $5 on it. I just went to access it.
Could have been a pay what you want then. Because I remember it should have been like it was 10. What kind of trouble are you going to get into in there?
Oh, he's not in there anymore.
Where'd he go? Oh.
He was there, then he darted across the room. I don't know why. There's 59 pages for the bundle, for that bundle, by the way. But yes, no. It says that I only spent $5 for it. Yeah.
Yeah, there was so much stuff.
1,741 items for $5. It was always only $5, according to the page for it. And it was 2020, 3 days from now. 3 days from now will be the 3-year anniversary from when this one was loaded. Sounds like it does sound like they've been updating it and adding stuff to the bundle. Because I remember it only being like 400 items at the time when we bought it or something like that. Don't you? I remember it being smaller than that when we bought it.
Yeah, but they had said at least during that original month, for sure that they were going to keep adding to it as people opted into it.
Well, yeah.
It was such a ridiculous stupid deal.
It's gotten
Like,
to...
it had a base price, but you could give extra as a donation or something. So yeah.
Yeah, because it says that it was buy 1,741 items for $5 was what it said at the time. And everything I own in it is hidden from my library until I tell it to add it to my library. But like boop da boop. But yeah, so it was a mix of a bunch of different types of games. Be it RPGs, like this one called the Long. What does it say? Yeah, Long Gone Days. It's set in the real world apparently, but it's not. It's not a TRPG like any of like the others we were looking at. Anyways, boop. But Troika was one that we just looked at. I'm not sure how easy it would be. There was uh back then there was the one we were looking at was called For the Dungeon. The one we're thinking about doing. And it doesn't have an actual character sheet as much as it says name your character, write down three traits for your character, one representing your talent, one representing your tools, and one describing your past and why you became a member of the dungeon. And basically you play as the minions for the evil ruler of the dungeon. So it's kind of similar to that one game I was playing, but in RPG form, where you control the dungeon, but and you yourself are the dungeon master, the dungeon owner for that one. But instead of that, the players are the minions controlled by the dungeon owner. Do you remember what the game was called?
I don't.
I own it, but I don't remember what the name of it was. I've streamed it too, I think. Gaelic, do you remember? If you're still here. But a lot of the content is either TTRPGs or game assets, I've noticed. Of course, there's also stuff I haven't seen before in this list because I hadn't looked at it in a couple months. Because I have a whole bunch of stuff to do already in all of my game libraries. Was it Dungeon Keeper?
Epic Abby said was getting a coffee.
Boop. Boop, 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 boop. Well, I was hoping Gaelic would remember the name of the game. There was a game I played a while back that kind of fits the For the Dungeon theme. But you're the owner of the dungeon instead of the minions. And you have to hop back and forth. Between the overworld and the dungeon itself while building the dungeon. And then defending your dungeon from adventurers via using your minions. There's a game called Eat Girl in the bundle that we have. It's literally just a Pac-Man themed game. It's a top-down dot eating game. So yeah, boop. But yeah, there's a whole bunch of asset packs in this as well. In the bundle we currently have. Puzzle puppers. Interesting. Like there's the RPG farming kit, which is a project template to make farming RPG games. Like Stardew. And that's like all the assets for it. There's a pixel art top-down tile set. So I think we're gonna be going with. We still haven't fully decided which TTRPG we were gonna do, if at all. Abby went ahead and made a character sheet for her model for her character if we were going to do For the Dungeon. The complications with it though are that For the Dungeon doesn't seem to work the same way as any other TTRPG I've seen. You don't level up per se. Instead, you write down experiences, and it's very conversation driven. In fact, they say to focus on the gameplay first, because the rules are made to support gameplay, not the other way around. Do you remember, Gaelic, that one game I played where I was the dungeon overlord? I corrupted that one person and made them do my bidding for me, and I had to defend my dungeon as I was building it from adventurers, from heroes. Do you remember what it was called? This one's good. Let's go ahead and go. Let's see. It's called Tricksters. Tricksters. Why does it tell me? Why does it want me to? Hey, install. Uh, that was weird. It's like buy it. And I'm like, I own it. You literally just added it to my library because I own it. You weirdo. Tricksters. Become a trickster charged with protecting a small village. Teach the villagers lessons and chase after your worldly desires. See what sordid tales these mortals tell of your bizarre interventions. You'll need some things to play this game. Most importantly, 2 to 5 humans. Then grab scraps of paper or note cards, a few dice, and something to write with. If you're feeling fancy, you can print out the character sheets. Most of you will take up the role of a single character, but one player designated as a facilitator will portray all the other characters. They are usually the person reading this, but if you're not sure, choose that player now. Okay, well, we're not playing yet, we're just reading. The facilitator should then create the village, should ask the questions and any other questions they need to get a full picture of. What time period is it? What does the village look like? Where is the village located? Who lives there? What is the village's defining feature? What threatens the village? To create characters, answer the questions on the character sheet. See also the next page, okay. Character questions. Give your character a name. They probably need a human name too, but that's up to you. The pronouns, the true form, the human form, the favorite villager, enemy, tricks, and desires. Lord, what fools these mortals be. Put a midsummer night's dream. Playing the game. Okay, so by making the character, you are already playing the game according to this. Okay. You roll dice. You build your pool. Yada yada yada. Creating dilemmas and lessons in play. Okay. Meanwhile, they're back at the ranch, or describe the camera flying out the window, and describe the whole village before zooming back in on the next scene. Yada yada yada. Ending the game, yada yada yada. True name, human name, true form, favorite villager, human form, enemy, tricks, desire. Interesting. Okay. So this one looks quite interesting, actually. The trickster one. The one where it's literally called Tricksters. So if we look at they provided a downloadable copy of the character sheet along with the characters. Interesting. So that one might be easy to do. Let's see, I was a few pages in, I think. So if I go here, I do this. I don't have access to what? Yeah, I do. Oh, I'm not logged in. Fiddle faddle! It thinks I'm not technically logged in. Hold on. It thinks we're not logged in. It's being weird and thinks I'm not actually logged in. That's weird. Like, it shows my name at the top, but also thinks I'm not actually logged in. For the sake of everything else. Okay, let's see. Boop. Hey, chat, did you know y'all cute? And I'm scary. And I'm hungry. Problems. Problems. Problemo. I say I'm hungry, and then Risha goes,
I mean, you said something while I was up.
I didn't really feel hungry until like a minute ago.
Still got 2 pieces of beef though.
I know. Da 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 da. Did you know I'm vicious and I'm scary and I wanna be feared? The rocks, plant trees, ambient slow game for casual creator. Maybe later. Let's see what this is. Quiet. Although it's called Quiet as a Stone. Casual creator's minimalistic slow game. A unique location. Unique locations. Oh, so it's a world. You build a world basically. Also, boop. Diaries of a Spaceport Janitor, by the way. It's an anti-adventure game about picking up trash in an alien bazaar. Play as the janitor. Explore the spaceport, navigate the maze of alleyways, side streets, plazas, and bridges. Suffer the curse. Interesting. Of course, it's not the topic of today's game, of today's stream. Bop. Bop. Bop, bop, bop. 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 Wah, wah, wah. Wah, wah, wah. Wah. Wah, 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 wah. Problems? Richard just looked at me weirdly. Chat, I'm being looked at weirdly. I'm being called silly. Help me. Help me, chat. I'm being called silly.
Epic Abby said that's because you are.
Hey! How dare you?
You've been hyper since you started.
Abby just said that's because you are about me being silly. So I said, how dare you? How dare? I'm being bullied. Chat.
Only because we love you.
Interesting. How dare you? Iron Sworn Delve is a physical game. Okay, so it's another it's a TTRPG. Okay. Download. Rulebook. Install. Spreads. Cards. Moves reference. Why are some of these things not installing as one thing? Like in the same... whatever. Worksheet. Anyways, let's see. What does the rulebook say about this game specifically? Delve. Perilous expeditions for the Ironsworn RPG. I don't know if I have the Ironsworn RPG itself, though. I got called silly. That's what you missed. That's what you missed. I got accused of being silly. Okay, so Sworn Delve is apparently a supplemental type alternative gameplay for Iron Sworn, which is a TTRPG that's free. How dare I be bullied? I'm being bullied. Times 4. But, this is what we're talking about right now. I had to hide the thing because, it wouldn't let me... It acted like I wasn't signed in. I do still have to hide it again in between because I have learned a little interesting detail that not all of the RPGs that are provided via the bundle do I have technically we're talking about an addition to this game called this. But yet not everything I have downloaded. Not everything I have in the bundle that is a TTRPG is currently attached to my library because I haven't opened everything yet. But, because of that, I have to keep re-hiding this. Because it turns out that I do need to look at a link that it says not to share with other people. So I have to keep hiding it. Huh. I didn't notice that detail. have stuff for the Mega Drive that I didn't realize because it's in the pack. Boop. Did you know I'm scary? I'm scary. Fear me. Alright, Gaelic. Thanks for popping in. Stay up in the golden. Arra equals scary. Fear the Arra. Fear the Arra. The Arra equals scary. I wonder if chat can even hear that. I'm sure Abby can, but I don't know if chat can. Arra equals scary. Scary.
Epic Abby said if you were talking about hearing you.
Mm-hmm. Arra equals scary. Fear the Arra. Fear the Arra. Fear the Arra. Chad, did you know that you are poopable? There's a game in my list called Gut Wheel. By the way, it says fight your way through a whale's digestive system. But yes, R equals vicious and scary. So fear the Arra, fear the Arra, because the Arra equals scary. Anyways, chat, I am currently scrolling through my bundle to find a bunch of other games. Guys, apparently, not every game that I have that is TTRPG was already added to my regular library. Like Tricksters, for example. But yeah, so it looks like they shipped everything at the same time. Bam. Which makes me think that that's going to definitely be put into a locker. Other than our actual thing. Hmm. Da 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 da. Da da. Do 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 do. Boop 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 the chat. Boop the chat. Boop the chat. Hey chat, did you know I'm scary? And I'm vicious. You should fear me. I really wonder if chat can even actually hear. The static thing started up again at some point, apparently. I don't know if it's still happening. It doesn't happen in Discord, it only happens over stream, by the way.
Epic Abby said in VC it isn't hearable.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Abby just said the same thing. Just repeated exactly what I was pointing out, that it doesn't happen in Discord. Because I have never heard anyone in Discord tell me it happened. But on stream, I get told it's happening. And it's happened on both Twitch and YouTube. With two different things. Because my YouTube uses Stream Elements add-on, a Stream Elements add-on for OBS that makes it easier to work with, and functions very similar to Streamlabs OBS. Well, what used to be Streamlabs OBS and is now only Streamlabs. But basically, it makes regular OBS function very similarly to Streamlabs, what Streamlabs does now. The next game we can talk about is called Mythic Mortals, by the way, chat. It is also a TTRPG that I have not added to my library yet.
Epic Abby said must be a problem with the frequency or bitrate.
You think it's a frequency or bitrate issue, Abby? Interesting. Excuse me, what? Fuck, sure, don't burp. So if we look at Mythic Mortals, it's a tabletop RPG. But also, it's not happening the whole time. It just randomly starts up and then stops and then randomly starts up again. A role-playing game where you don't play as a hero, you are the hero. It's a tabletop role-playing game where you and your friends play as your real-world selves suddenly granted incredible powers. Wait, what? Interesting concept. There isn't a character creator because you are the character. That's an interesting concept. Babe.
Epic Abby said either that or Aldwin bit somewhere in the cord.
Well, this has been happening since before we got Aldrin. Mythic more.
Epic Abby said so it must be the platform then.
Yeah, but like I'm using two different softwares, and it happens on both Twitch and um YouTube. That's what I don't get. Because, like, I'm technically using two different softwares. Because I'm using both Streamlabs. For Twitch, I use Streamlabs. But for YouTube, I'm using Stream Elements OBS add-on. So it's not Streamlabs, but it's not plain OBS. It's an add-on to OBS that but yeah.
Epic
So,
Abby said perhaps it's software related.
do you think like computer software related? Like the actual computer itself is having issues with it or something? But that wouldn't make sense because then it would always be happening. I'm confused. I don't know.
Epic Abby said more like something in the programs in Streamlabs.
But right now we're on YouTube using regular OBS, the original OBS, not Streamlabs. And according to chat, it was happening there. Let me double check something.
Epic Abby said have you checked OBS settings?
No, I have not. Let's hit live again and go unmute. And according to chat, it was happening there. It's happening on stream right now. That's why I unmuted for the stream for a second. I had to check. I have not checked the settings on either of the platforms. But Risha, if you want to see what we're talking about, it's currently happening on stream. And yeah.
It's gotta be something with the streaming software you're using, like it doesn't happen in Discord, it's not the computer audio.
I know, but I'm using two different. It's happening with two different streaming softwares. Because I'm using it. Because it happens on Twitch too. But right now, I'm not using the same streaming software I use on Twitch. But yeah, if it's only happening when I on stream, does that mean that I don't have an issue? It's not the cord itself either. It's not the headset, because it doesn't happen in Discord.
I don't know. Yeah, it's not the headset, most likely.
Also, apparently, the headset didn't fully eliminate echo either. I've had people mention that they echo still.
That's weird too.
And chat, did you know you're boopable?
Not as beautiful as you, darling.
And did you know that Arra equals scary? Fear the Arra. Arra's vicious. Fear the Arra. Arra's vicious. Also, mm, I I'm not doing anything. Why am I a brat? Why am I a brat? Why am I a brat? Explain thyself. What did I do this time that makes you say I'm a brat? Hmm. 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 Risha says I'm a brat for doing ASMR. Bop. Bop, 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 bop. But yeah, right now I'm mostly just scrolling through to see if there's other TTRPGs in the bundle. Fudge. Ew. 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 How dare. Doo doo doo. Ah, this TTRPG as well. Oh yeah, did you know I'm scary? I am vicious and I'm scary and I wanna be feared. Alright, chat. Let me look over this real quick. Mm-hmm. Nah, I don't think we. I'm not. It doesn't really interest me, actually. I wanted to double check something before I launched it. I wanted to see if I actually was interested in it before I showed it. It's not something that actually interests me. That's not okay. Ba 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 ba. Did you know I'm vicious and I'm scary and I wanna be feared? What? Problems? 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 Issues, concerns, statements, comments? Boopability? Kidding. I said nothing. Shh. Chat, I didn't say anything about boopability. Not at all. Hmm? What? What? Huh? Boop? Mm. actually have to download the game, huh? Okay. Ba. Ba ba ba. The other thing I found interesting, there's a thing called 10 in 1 game a week bundle in here. That means that it's a bundle that contains bundles. Babe. A bundle that contains bundles upon bundles upon bundles. This one is called Tales Across Time. It's not a physical game, never mind. I thought for a second it said physical game, but it doesn't. I was gonna reveal the screen. There, I found this one. An American Werewolf in L.A. is one of the games I had that's in the bundle. Hey chat, did you know? Y'all cute. Y'all super duper cute. Y'all the most adorable people in existence. Mwah. Mwah. Boop the chat. Chat is cute. Chat is cute. Also, I'm scary. Fear the Arra. Chat. Chat should fear the Arra. Fear me. Fear the Arra. Ow. Let's see what this is.
Pull your pizza.
Sure.
Maybe enough for lunch.
Probably.
Up again?
Warm up again.
Epic Abby said, what was that? I thought I heard a goat in here.
What?
Huh?
Hmm? Abby just said, what was that? I thought I heard a goat in here. Excuse me? I'm confused. I'm concerned. Is Abby okay? Abby, are you okay? Abby. No, I'm not.
Epic Abby said, I'm fine.
Did you get a drink or need one?
Almost empty.
Yeah, there's still two of those left.
I must not.
Okay, one okay then?
Sure.
This Mac has to eat at least.
I'm scary.
Would you like her to eat this one? Okay. Doesn't like it. I know. Oh
Mm.
my god, look at this belly.
But yes, I am currently scrolling through the bundle, and I recall it saying not to show the link to the bundle. So I can't have it shown while I'm actively looking at the bundle itself. This one is interesting. This one's called Skyfarer. It says it's a...
Wait a minute, it says it's related to Sunless Skies?
Yeah.
Epic Abby said I see the link.
Cool.
This one is called Skyfarer. It's a TTRPG related to another game we've played. That I was about to say you should show you know who. I was about to tell you to let you know who would know about it. Players from the crew of a spacefaring form the crew of a spacefaring steam locomotive. Spacefaring steam locomotive. Gunners, quartermasters, engineers, signalers, even mascots are brought to the fore as the captain is struck down by misfortune, and the crew must band together to get out of or into many surprising kinds of trouble. Use a simple dice-based system. Skyfarer allows players and game masters to easily tell stories set in the fallen London universe, with plenty of climactic moments, tense standoffs, and grim decisions, as characters risk life and limb. The crew peril. The more peril they have, the greater the chance of them meeting a grisly and permanent end. Luckily, things are made easier by spending tenacity. A resource earned by acting in accordance with your character's drives and beliefs. But how will those integrities change? Now you're out on the frontier of Victoria's Empire. Originally released in September of 2018 to accompany the PC, Mac, and Linux game Sunless Skies, Skyfarer is set in the fallen London universe. It was written by Grant Howitt and Chris Taylor of Rowan Rook and Descartes, with narrative direction by Chris Gardner and Failbetter Games. The additional story supplement is by Chris Gardner. What? Why was it part of my bundle if it's free? Wait. Wait. Why was it in the bundle if it's free? Wait. What? I mean, I'm not complaining that it was there because I didn't know it existed, but I'm confused. Why was it part of a paid bundle? I'm confused. They've confusioned me. Chat, I've been confusioned. Help. I have been confusioned, chat. Abby, I'm confusioned.
Epic Abby said let me unconfuse.
Why was it part of a bundle if it was free already? I'm confused. I don't understand. I don't understand.
Epic Abby said well you get it either way.
Yeah, but I'm confused.
Epic Abby said don't be.
What's the point of including it in the bundle if it's already free? Like, the entirety of it's already free. What's the point of that? Huh.
Epic Abby said it could have been paid, and when it was included in the bundle the devs could have made it free.
Maybe. But all the comments say... Any of the comments that talk about pricing say that it was free. And this one's from 3 years ago. So we're... My head is hurting because of the confusion now. I am now confusioned. So I opened up Skyfarer to find out that the TTRPG is actually free to access. Why was it part of the bundle if it's been free the whole time?
I don't know.
Like, everything about it says that it was free. It was released in 2018.
Epic Abby said stop, you're confusing me.
Dickens, you're an ass.
Dippy, why did you wait until Risha was already sitting down? You brat dog? Dog of the
Epic
brat
Abby said
variety?
why not?
You're gonna have to wait now.
Brat dog. Dog of brat variety. Yeah, so apparently it's always been free.
Dickens, get in here.
Dippy! Yeah, it's apparently always been free.
There may have been add-ons or something for it that were added then.
Even all the files on it say that it's downloadable. That they're downloadable. Although, maybe because it's bundled, maybe that's why they're downloadable, is because they were part of the bundle. Hey chat, did you know boop?
Lay down and wait, buddy.
Lay down. Nom 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 nom. Nom 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 nom. Here's another one that is free. But was part of the bundle. Ellipsis RPG. One of their literal talking points is, did I mention it's free? So, like, it's always been free. I'm getting even more confusioned. You know? Did you know I'm scary? Fear me. What is crate punks? Not one of the TTRPGs. So not important. Wah 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 wah. Okay. So this is a book. Um called Corrupted Kingdom. Interesting. Really? Really? This game is called Super Bernie World. I bet you can guess why I'm saying really.
Epic Abby said, what is it called?
Super Bernie World. Run and jump your way across 11 states and the District of Columbia as Bernie.
Epic Abby said, that sounds weird.
It's a political game, so I'm not going to finish reading that. It's political. Not touching that. Nope. It is very clearly a very political.
Epic Abby said, oh, that's bad.
Very clearly a very, very heavily political game. Give me a second. I have returned. Boop. Nom 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 nom. Definitely not eating on stream with my mic unmuted. Nom 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 nom.
I can do that almost every night.
Mmm.
Epic Abby said you most definitely are.
Interesting. This one's a TTRPG that specifically says in its descriptor, a game for those who like Fully Cooley, and Steven Universe.
Epic Abby said the hell is a Fooly Cooly and where can I get me one?
Isn't Fully Cooley the anime? Yeah. Well, not anime, but animated series.
Epic Abby said no.
Fully Cooley is an original video animation anime series created and directed by Kazuo Tsurumaki, written by Yoji Inokido, and produced by the um, Fully Cooley Production Committee, which consisted of Gainax, Production IG, and King Records. It is in fact an anime specifically, because it was originally released in Japan, alongside a manga and novel adaptation of it. I've seen a couple episodes of it, but it's been a while since I watched it. But so this specific one, this specific TTRPG is called Songbird. What if knights didn't slay dragons, and instead helped them with their emotional issues? That was the thought that spawned Songbirds, and it aims to carry forward the idea of combating those intangible things that we struggle with on a daily basis. So it's a mental health one, technically. 32 unique classes that you won't find in other games. Choose a genre to show your character's aesthetic. Hearts that you can trade to form bonds and relationships. Stress mechanics that take over for health and damage. So instead of the stress mechanics being additional, a side note, they completely take over the health system. What is a standard dice set? By the way,
Just a certain type and number of each dice.
it says it uses all dice in a standard dice set. What does that mean?
Typically what you'd need, the minimum number you would need for like Dungeons and Dragons or certain other tabletops. There's like we need a certain number of six-sided and a certain number of 8 and 10, 12, and 20 usually.
Mm.
And if it's actually being
why would it word it like that way though? If it were the 3 6-sided dice
The
off.
standard set. You're up against the standard tabletop set.
Where's Dippy?
There. Well, it sort of ended up where it needed to go.
Yeah. Thunk, 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 thunk. Chat, did you know I'm scary?
Chad, did you know she's really not?
Hey! I'm the most vicious in existence. So how dare you say otherwise?
Otherwise,
Hey! 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 You brat! I'm supposed to be the brat. I mean, what? Anyways, chat. Next RPG. The Light of a Ghost Star. Earth was abandoned ages ago, during the Red Giant expansion, now dimly lit by the ghost light of a dead white dwarf. It lies layered with eons of forgotten civilizations. From the warmth of Martian reactor cities, scavengers hire legal transportation to Earth to delve into its depths, looking for ancient treasures. There, they must deal with ghosts, machines, and the strange life that has evolved on humankind's abandoned home planet. In the Light of a Ghost Star is a rules-light system and setting for sci-fi role-playing. It comes with a hex crawl and random tables that can also be used with other RPG systems. Files include the main PDF in spread format for easier tablet viewing, a character sheet PDF that includes the game rules on the back, and an 11 by 17 PDF of the sample adventure hex map. So it comes with a map. Okay. Cool, cool. Cool, 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 cool. Cool, 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 coolie, cool, cool, cool. Ah, interesting. So there is a physical book that includes a copy of this in it, called The Haunted Almanac. But it contains a bunch of other TTRPGs in it as well. Interesting. But yes. Wah 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 wah. Earth Expedition 1. Interesting. Wah 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 wah. Wah 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 wah. So this person's comment says, "In the Light of a Ghost Star is a 16-page gothic sci-fi adventure, somewhere between Flash Gordon and a roadside picnic in tone." Cat, you do not get any of the cake. Any of the remnants of my pineapple upside down cake. How dare you? How dare you act like you get any of the cake?
Epic Abby said, did Summing say cake?
Yes. The cat tried to steal some of my pineapple upside down cake.
He loves it.
He's a weird cat. I've never seen a cat like pineapple upside down cake.
Epic Abby said, bonk the cat.
He went as crazy, almost as crazy for this as he did for the biscuits and gravy.
Abby said bonk the cat.
Oh, hi.
Babe. Did you hear me?
No, bonk the kid.
Bonk
Oh,
the
he
cat.
likes the signature sauce too.
Bonk the catto. Bonk the catto for trying to steal my cake. But apparently he likes the signature sauce too. What brand was that again?
That's from Sonic.
That's the Sonic signature sauce.
Mm-hmm.
He likes the Sonic restaurant signature sauce. To the point that he was literally just drinking it. Hey?
That's alright, because you don't know what happened to crumbs for now.
Uh-huh.
Over here.
Cat. No!
Here.
He got very dangerously close to licking the actual cake. Ah! Boop the chat. The Chatterkins. Get booped.
I'll have some for you in just a minute. Let's hold that so it doesn't get into it.
Uh-huh.
Careful.
Uh-huh.
Don't worry, I saved some for you.
Hold on, Catterkin.
Oh, still.
Boo. But yes, leftover pineapple upside down cake from my birthday. Dink. Dink, dink, dink. Dink, 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 dink. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Hey, chat, did you know Boop? That's suspicious. The title of this email from Bang Energy is suspicious. By the way. But yeah, look at the name, look at the intro to that email that I just screenshot sent you. Risha. Anyways, chat. The Boop. Boop the chat. Chat, did you know Boop? And nom 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 nom. A GM-less prompt-based story game. It's Spoken Magic is a prompt-based collaborative storytelling game for 1 to 4 players. The game guides you on a journey through magical lands where you will encounter the strange dilemmas that can only be solved. It can only be solved through magic. Do 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 do. Interesting. Interesting. Sir? Sir. Dippy. What do you think you're doing? You don't get cake. He definitely doesn't get cake. Like,
You sent out the emails from them?
huh? Yeah. Just like I'm signed up for emails from GamerStops. You know? Like, I've gotten offers and stuff that haven't really been affordable for me for either of us from Bang. You know? But I've also gotten offers from subs from gamer subs for stuff. Nothing happened. Honestly, chat, boop. Chat, did you know y'all cute? Chat seems sus. Why is Abby being glitched? It says she's talking when she doesn't have a mic, and none of her sound things are working. Hold on. What? My soundboard didn't work. Mine's not working. Hello?
Epic Abby said, are my sounds muted?
My sounds aren't working either. Discord's being weird.
Epic Abby said, I can hear them.
Yeah, I can't hear my own. I can hear you, Abby. When you speak in TTS. But I can't hear any sound bites you play. Play the Gura one. Not the but the other one. Nope. I can't hear anything. I can't hear any of the soundboards. Discord, you're being weird. Yeah, I didn't hear that either. What's just a theory? Um, nope. Didn't hear that either. Don't, cat. Stay away.
Epic Abby said that was the Among Us SUS sound.
But the one I just played? Or the one you played?
Epic Abby said no mine.
What about mine?
Epic Abby said yours is Navi.
It should be, based on the name. Not surprised. But, I can't hear it. I can't hear soundboards. Nope. Didn't hear the hi, friends. Hmm. I can't hear sound bites. I can't hear any of the soundboards. I should have had you take more of the cake.
A little bit more of it.
Hmm?
Have a little bit more of it.
Pop.
It's hilarious how much he likes that.
Yeah, I can't hear soundboards.
Did you mute him?
No. No, I'm already checking. You're not muted. Also, I didn't hear that TTS that time. And then if we go, give me a sec. Yeah, I didn't. No, you can't mute your own. Apparently, there isn't an option to mute your own. So I didn't mute my own. It's just kind of randomly stopped working. Confusions. Subway Runners, a tabletop RPG of gig economy Metro. What?
Epic Abby said Subway Runners, totally not Subway Surfers.
No, it's not. It's just weird. Life is tough for the cash-strapped in Pochiopolis. Ever since the secret to immortality was discovered, nobody retires anymore. With all the steady jobs taken and no sign of any new ones opening up, there's only one sure way to make some quick cash. Sign up as a subway runner and work for the Metro Authority to hunt monsters and repair subway lines below the city. Subway Runners is a forged-in-the-dark game of gig economy adventures designed from the ground up to be played online by folks who are responsibly practicing social isolation. It uses online tools to quickly create random characters, gigs, and adventure details so players can get the ball rolling quickly. So it was made after the vid started. The vid stuff started. And then they never bothered to change the descriptor. Because they specifically say responsibly practicing social isolation. But yeah. So it was made very specifically back when all of the major precautions were going on. Cat, leave her alone. She's trying to sleep, Aldrin. He literally bit her tail.
Jesus.
And he's trying to do it again. And that's what she reacted to, was him biting her tail. By the way.
Epic Abby said not the tail. Anything but the tail.
I don't know, I see a... I don't see the rabbit on this one. I forgot to add that. Oopsie. Give me a sec. There is no rabbit PNG on my screen. Da 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 da. Abby. Browse. I forgot. That's the wrong version. Where is it? That's also the wrong version. Let me see. If I moved it over here. I probably did, I think. I just noticed I have a thing that certain someone drew in my miscellaneous need to access folder. Because I was going to help a certain someone get it turned into a VR chat model.
She's not Voldemort. Say her name.
It's not going to upset you if I talk about her directly? No, so Zoe, drew a thing, and she was talking to me at one point. I asked if I could help her get a VR chat model of it. The problem is, everyone that does modeling for me does it in Vroid. And it's kind of hard to make a chicken in Vroid. If not impossible. To make a chicken in Vroid.
Epic Abby said like an actual chicken?
Yes. Oh. That. I did not mean to open that.
Epic Abby said I can port a model of one to VRChat if need be.
Well, hers was modified. Think Void. Think Minecraft Void. But, yeah.
Epic Abby said a Minecraft chicken?
Not exactly a Minecraft chicken. I'm just saying, think of the void in Minecraft when you're in the end and you're jumping down into it. Think of that, but liquidy. That's the modifications that are required. For her chicken.
Epic Abby said that's hard.
Yeah. Okay, so I'm getting confused because I own some of the games, but when I go to their pages, they're like, oh, the person who made this has disabled the ability to view their page. You don't have permission to view their page, even if you do have permission to view their page because you own the game.
Epic Abby said because it would need texture modifications to have 360 view modes.
Mm-hmm. Well, like some of the DMs have some of the game creators have apparently locked their games from being visible on itch now for some reason. Like to actually read the page. And like the only way I actually was able to see that one, like one of them we saw on stream. Hot gay pro dragon. I'm sorry, what? 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 Eh. Chat, did you know Boop? Tick-tock, tickety-tock, go, boop-a-da-boop. Boop, 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 boop. Shh. You do not get any cake. I told you that already, dog. You just stood up and started begging for the cake. Dragon Hearts. This one's very similar in concept to the other one I just mentioned. Stop.
Why are you begging? Lay down. Yes, you. Hi. Why did you do it? What are you doing? He's still trying to play with her or get up there together.
Yeah.
Cat.
Do. I find it interesting that there are tabletop RPGs intended to be played alone.
There's card games you can play alone.
Yeah, but
Love that.
you would think that something that you would normally want to have multiplayer. Don't you dare, dog. This one, for example. A physical game, which means it's a tabletop RPG. But it's text-based, it's text-driven.
You can finish all the pineapple right.
Look at this. It says it's a physical game, which means it's tabletop. Technically.
I know.
Although it says it can be incorporated into a group by a game master, if they wanted. But its primary purpose is to be single player. The other one I saw said it was specifically single player, though. See, look at this. But then when I click on it, and go to it. It's a physical game. You need a single six-sided die, a sheet of graph paper, and a pencil, pen, or other writing implement. Here? Excusez-moi? And this one doesn't even talk about it being allowed to be, being able to be incorporated. Hey! He got her tail again.
When Carrie said she was gonna get her a toy that never quit moving around, she forgot to neglected to tell her that it can bite. Hi.
You had some already. Chat, did you know Boop?
The wackiest thing.
Hmm?
He fucking loves it.
Yeah, he's a weirdo. For a cat, he's a weirdo.
At first I thought it was just after like the filling, because maybe it had cremated or something, but it doesn't.
Mm-hmm.
He started eating the cake too. Hey, eat the crumbs, not the big piece.
He's a weirdo. For a cat, he's a weirdo.
And he's just going to town on it.
Shh. Shh. Shh, shh, shh. Shh, shh, shh.
Probably has to.
He's begging. Space goblins.
Probably has to go out. He hasn't been out since he took it up before he started shooting it.
Space goblins.
Goblins in space.
Space goblins. You are all goblins! Congratulations! That's a TTRPG, by the way. That's why it's currently installed. Interesting depiction of goblins, huh? A game of cosmic goblin mayhem. Huh?
Take a break and been on a break yet. You haven't even been to the bathroom yet.
I don't want to get up.
That's exactly what you need.
But I don't want to get up because I'm in pain.
You still gotta use the muscles so they don't get even worse.
They get worse even when I use them. What are you talking about?
It'd be even worse if you didn't.
We've been over this.
Yeah, when I went to bed, that wasn't lit up, so I moved the phone so the light turned back on.
It was still at 50 when I took it off this morning.
Did you text me that picture?
No, I did not.
So we'll send it to Carrie.
Done. Anyways, I'll be right back, Shatterkins.
Epic Abby said okay.
That was easy.
Yo, what the fuck is up? Oh? Arra. Shit! Shit.
Epic Abby said hi kawaii.
What's up, Abby?
Epic Abby said Arra is AFK for a bit. She'll be back.
Oh yeah. Hold on, my shit. Yo, okay, I'm back. My mic is working now. Eh. Oh, that's my puppy. Fuck.
Well, well, well. What have we here?
An Arra that is silly and hyper.
Hi, friends!
Okay, now the soundbite's working. The hell?
Where are you going?
So I walk away.
Your lap.
Yeah. I walk away.
Epic Abby said Kawaii joined our lovely chat.
Yeah. Well, now my sound is suddenly working. My soundboards are suddenly working for you, Abby.
Do you have one that makes it sound like that?
No, but I have. Bonk, bonk. And
Yeah, if you don't behave, I'm gonna have to bonk you with my trident.
if
And
you
it
don't
kinda
behave,
hurt.
I'm gonna have to bonk you with my trident. And it kinda hurt. And hi, friends.
Somebody once told me the world is gonna roll me.
Behave.
There's also ah, 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 and bark, 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 and bruh. And crab rave. Let's sip bit of it. But there's also
Hey, listen!
hey, listen. I'm sure you can hear that one subconsciously.
What time is it?
306.
Okay, good. Well, my luck, I'll be late to get me carry. If they're not paying attention.
There's also clatter.
I guess there's no limit to how many each server can have.
There's limits to how much you can use depending on who, what. So the boost level. We are below the boost level. I think GXG managed to get above the level again. They had all of these, but for whatever reason, they couldn't use this and then to the here
Huh.
until they got back up to the thing. But Lugia has these ones. Then there's this. Emotional damage. I couldn't hear that one. I couldn't hear that one.
It's got that big angry red dot on it down there. The toolbar.
OBS.
Is it just in your live?
Yeah, that's my live. That's me being live. You silly. Streaming. Chat boop. But yeah, so for whatever reason, quietly leave again. Huh. That's interesting. That's concerning, in fact. I couldn't hear the soundboards. I can't hear them again. Kawaii joining made the soundboards work. Kawaii leaving re-broke the soundboards.
Huh, weird.
Chat! I'm mad. I am mad. Because it appears that Kawaii fixed and then
Epic
re-broke.
Abby said Kawhi fixes the boards.
I'm sure it wasn't her fault.
She temporarily fixed. She temporarily fixed the board.
So bad. You see the look on his face, he's like,
Emotional damage.
No, you don't get to be mad, Arra.
I'm mad at the Discord, not at you, you silly.
You don't get to be mad.
I get to be mad at Discord.
No.
When you leave, it breaks again. And you coming back fixed it, and in fact
Epic
played.
Abby said Kawhi welcome back.
In fact, I suddenly heard the ones I played before you left. When you came back.
Mmm.
So I heard the last bruh I played, and then the emotional damage I played.
that's weird.
Bruh.
There's no reason why that should work. It only works in chat.
Also,
Because Zoe and I were using our voice chat with each other.
That was easy.
Wait,
Arra,
what?
do you still have my fucking soundboards muted?
Mayhaps.
Oh my fucking god.
I have them muted for when I'm on stream, you silly.
No, you all just always. Where's Cone?
I haven't been in a call with you outside of stream, silly.
Suspicious.
Bop. Bust cone, apparently.
Bob.
Bop.
Bob, what the fuck is that? Huh?
It's a form of bonk.
Nope, nope. Oh, bro. Where the fuck is Cone? Where's Cone?
I don't know. He said he wasn't. I think he said he wasn't gonna be here.
That motherfucker. He said he'd play
Epic
with
Abby
me
said
today.
well neither have we LOL.
Sure, the cake had nothing to do with that at all.
But yeah, I think he took. He told me that he probably wasn't gonna be here today. I think yesterday on stream, like right as we were.
That motherfucker better be here. He promised to play with me today. Or that he would play.
Bark.
Ark, what the fuck? Bad Arra. Bad.
Why?
Ooh.
Yeah, if you don't behave, I'm gonna have to bonk you with my trident, and it kinda hurts.
Ew.
Bruh.
That will be Dickens. Dickens is actually barking now.
Ooh.
Anyways, Chatter McChats, we had a good time today talking about different TTRPGs I have.
You're not doing that. You're not gonna do it. You better fucking not.
Looking at the time,
Arra, you fucker. It's only been 4 hours, not 6.
I don't. 5 hours is my usual minimum.
Yeah, well, today it's at least 6. What?
Mm.
Mm.
I'm sticking my tongue out, you goof.
Mm. Mm. Blah. Mm. Blah.
Blah 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 blah.
Oh!
Blah 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 blah. Blah 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 blah. R equals scary.
R is not scary. Ever.
It's vicious. Vicious and scary.
R will never be
Epic Abby
scary.
said no.
R equals scary.
It's simple. Aura will never be scary.
Fear the aura. Fear the aura.
I see.
Fear Scary.
That's not scary.
Yes, the Arra is.
It's not scary.
Fear.
No, not happening. I everything about you. Why do I love you? Alright, guess what?
It's scary.
Alright, guess what?
What? Oh, my
what-
ear.
That's what. Yeah.
Risha
Shit.
heard that, you dingbat.
Get shit on.
Kawaii just whistled. And it hurt
Get
like
shit
hell.
on. Oh, sorry.
It was loud enough that Risha heard it across the room. Now you know why it hurts my ear.
That sounds like a problem that you should probably fix.
If it's loud enough to be heard across the room,
Yeah, that sounds like a problem you should fix, Arra.
that means that it is it's loud enough to be painful to any human's ears.
Well, maybe you should have fixed that.
It's your fault.
How is it my fault? All I
You're the
did was
one making-
whistle.
You're the one
I
whistling
just
directly.
whistled. I just whistled.
You're the one doing it directly into your headset or mic.
I'm really not. My mic's like 3 fucking foot away from me.
Hmm. 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 Hmm.
Turn my mic sensitivity and turn the filter from Discord.
Hmm. Yeah, for whatever reason, when you left, the sound stopped working. And then when you came
Oh.
back, the sound started working again.
Well, that sounds like something that is no problem.
Sounds
Doesn't
like
sound
it's
like a
you
problem.
fault.
No, what? No. Don't you fucking dare.
No, better yet.
We call this a difficulty tweak.
Arra, do that again.
What? What again? Why'd I hear myself?
We call this a difficulty tweak.
Here you go.
Punch.
Punch.
That's what that one's called.
Punch. Why would you punch me? You're the one punching me. Oh, no.
Now I'm bonking you.
Joke's on you. I mean that.
Yeah, if you don't behave, I'm gonna have to bonk you with my trident, and it kind
And
of
I'm
hurts.
definitely into that.
Hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
Mm.
Run away.
I'm following you.
Hmm. Hmm.
Sorry. Oh, Abby, are you No.
My source is that I made it the fuck up.
I wasn't sure what that one was gonna be.
Uh, uh, get a oh shit. Get soundboard muted. There we go.
Baby shark doo doo, baby shark doo 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 doo, baby shark doo 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 doo, baby shark doo 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 doo.
Kawaii's weird.
Yes, I am. What the fuck are you doing?
User
Please
disconnected
stop.
from your channel.
Please stop. Please stop. Don't be mean. Let's be mean. Arra bully. Arra's being a bully. Yeah, nice. Ah! Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you. Oh, bull. Hmm. Oh yeah.
Let's see. I am 100% definitely okay.
No, you're not. Not okay. You fine.
100% definitely not dealing with coughing fits that aren't quite the normal one.
Oh no.
Chat is booped.
Unpack the booster box. I don't have a booster box. I don't know what the fuck you talking
Chat
about.
getting booped. What booster box, huh?
Nothing.
Kawaii sauce.
Nothing. I don't know what you're talking about.
Trying to claim waifus.
No.
Yes.
No, the only waifu I have is you.
Kawaii was trying to claim waifus.
Alright. You hear it? You hear what I said?
Bronx Kawaii.
No. I'm
But-
into that shit. Woo! Rawr! What the fuck?
Kawaii was claiming waifus.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Looks at the waifu gaming channel.
No.
Outcome resisted. Reward strawberry.
Shut the fuck up.
Which one was that? Was that Mordred? That was Mordred that did that to you. Haha, I got the Mordred card.
You cheeky bitch.
By the way, you were mistaken if you haven't claimed the thing that you get given at the beginning, because there is a thing at the beginning.
Yeah, it's what I'm doing right fucking now, you dumbass. I'm doing the quest right now.
You don't actually have to fully do the quest.
Alright, just shut up.
Mm,
I'm doing my quests. Whether you like it or not. Whether you like it or not, I'm doing my quests.
I'm definitely not a brat. I'm not this uber brat.
Mm, mm. I the queen of the brats, so.
No,
What?
that title definitely doesn't apply to me already.
Mm, I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what you're talking about.
Hmm. Uh-huh.
I'm the ruler of the brats.
I just realized I got Sui Sui. Dang it, I can't get her because I can't bring her to life.
Mm,
I can't bring the Sui Sui to life.
Jesus Christ, Arra, why do we have so many rolls?
Hmm? What's up?
Why do we have so many
What do you
rolls?
mean? What's wrong?
We have so many fucking rolls, Arra.
So?
So, bam. Yeah, you're ruler of the brats. I see. I don't see that.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Hmm.
Hmm. Hmm.
Hmm.
Hmm.
Hmm. Hmm. Kawaii is suspicious. I think Kawaii just made a roll without talking to me.
It's just a joke roll. Don't worry.
Hmm. Why is
Mm.
that? Why? Hmm. Okay, let's see.
Mhm.
How dare Abby have Gargura?
Abby, how fucking dare you?
Also, Laplace Darkness. Her team is mostly VTubers.
Gar is mine. Gar is mine, you fucker.
Good luck with that.
Gar is mine.
Nope. Too bad. I'm so sad.
I know what that is. I know what that means. I know that's what that means.
Hmm?
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 Hmm? Hmm?
Hmm?
Hmm?
Oh, that's right. Yeah. No, all but one of them, I think, is a VTuber. But she has an NSFW one. So it's blurred because the channel's not 18 plus.
Yeah. Yeah. I know. Grr. What's a dinner schedule? Oh. Cool.
Mm.
Mm.
Anyways, chatting with chats.
Don't you do it. Don't you
Boop.
fucking do it.
Boop. Boop, boop, boop.
I'm fine with that. That's fine.
Chatting with chats get booped. What was that? Ow! Ow, 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 ow.
Get fucked. Get dunked on. Get shit on.
Nom 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 nom
Shit
nom
on.
nom 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 the chat. Nom 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 the chat. I have consumed the chat.
Oh, you have, huh?
Yes, the chat has been consumed. The chat has been consumed.
Jesus. Oh my god. Big present? No. How many meals do I have? Okay.
But yeah, guess what? Tomorrow, the waifu cup should at least wind up in my PO box.
Nice. Nice. Fuck. Go. Van Gogh is. It's time for Van Gogh. I tell you what. Yo, I'm giving someone the Wi-Fi password.
Chatter McChats.
Hell yeah.
I'm tired and in pain, so
No. That's not poggers. Alright, you're not poggers right now.
and Abby, we have this is not this this Discord has minors in it, so no, we are not allowing an SFW. There's a reason. I have never heard of that Pokemon.
No, you can
Armadillo.
you can set it to an NSFW and minors won't be able to see it. That's what I
Unless, of course, they're Cone.
it's cone. No.
Cone is co-owner rank. He'd be able to see
I know,
chat.
that's cone though. That's fucking cone.
There's a reason I say no.
No.
Until none of
Epic
none of
Abby
my
said
moderators,
okay, wasn't aware of that.
until
I
none of
apologize for that.
until none of my owners and co-owners or anyone that can see moderator related chats,
Are underage, yeah. I get it.
we are not allowing any NSFW because being moderator or co-owner automatically provides a wraparound.
Nachos.
The only technically NSFW chat we have is a PG-13 degeneration chat. And then the story of Eduardo chat.
Arra.
But that one's
Oh
not.
shh. Mystery candy, motherfucker.
Also, I just noticed that chat has completely just stopped being used.
What the what? It a story of Eduardo?
Neither the story of Eduardo has been used or the PG-13 degeneration.
And
Like, people just completely stopped using it at some point.
yeah. Charisma level 6, let's fucking go.
Yeah, it's kind of weird to me that they did. Anyways, what do you think about the background for when we do talking stuff?
I think your positioning could be better, but
What do you mean?
your model positioning, duh.
Standing in the middle of the room.
Alright, that's not 3 foot. I can tell you right now, that ain't a 3-foot avatar.
That is how it defaulted for the thumbnail. I mimicked the thumbnail. This is very
know.
much 3 feet.
Well, no, your avatar is, but not the.
According to the thumbnail, because I didn't change the scaling of the model in the thumbnail, it defaulted the background to be that size on a 3-foot model. Unwad's quiet. I mean, what?
I know you fucking don't. Damn, it's just me and you right now.
Epic Abby said
Damn.
tiny Arra is tiny.
But no, this is literally. That looks to be about the height of the table that my computer tower is currently sitting on. Risha, you said that's like 3 feet tall, right?
What, the table?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So there.
Suspicious. Fuck! Aw, damn it.
Epic
Why?
Abby said Arra is SUS.
My main waifu can't fight for me. Damn.
Why can't?
Baddie. My main baddie is not an element. Doesn't have an element right now. Fuck. Fuck.
How does the fighting even actually work?
Hmm?
How does the fighting even actually work?
I don't know.
No, No, because of perspective, I have to shrink my character just to get her to actually be the right height if I want her to be be thought of as by the table. So when she's here,
Battery.
I have to make her grow to make her look
Oh,
right.
yeah.
Because of perspective.
Fire darker grass. Well, let's go dark.
But yes. Anyways,
I will slap.
anyways,
Epic Abby said
Yes.
perspective is weird.
Anyways.
don't forget about the Oshi mark. I have
God.
Oshi marks now.
It's,
Fox
uh,
Cloud.
yeah.
Fox and Snowing Cloud.
Yeah. Uh, 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 uh.
I still can't believe there are
Oh,
people that
yeah.
claim to be I still can't believe there are people that are claiming to be VTuber fans that don't know what Oshi marks are. There were literally people complaining about Henya's Oshi mark.
Ha! Get fucked! Ha ha ha
Which part are you grabbing? What? What? Who's that?
Sponsored by Thunder. That is what the fuck.
Where is that? Oh, that one.
Oh damn!
I didn't. Did I interact with
4
that one?
hours. What the fuck?
Did I already
Aw.
interact with that one?
I don't care. I don't care.
Haku Koyori. I got an upgrade shard from her.
Fuck. Where the fuck is?
Does that mean I already have her?
Oh. Oh fuck. Oh. Annual card. It's not. Oh, it's in the cards, isn't it? Yeah, it's in
Yeah,
the
you have
cards.
to claim your.
Holy shit! Oh my god. Oh my god.
What?
Rarity mythic.
Why
Takes
do
7,800. It takes 7,800 essence to fucking bring to life.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my god. Let me do some fucking quests then. Jesus.
But yes, I am unfortunately gonna have to end.
God damn it, Arra. Damn it.
Pain.
That's just as you are a pain right now.
I have pain.
I don't know what that means.
I am in pain.
Epic Abby said no Osach.
Suspicious. Arra suspicious.
I'm in pain. I'm having trouble breathing again. My body
Oh
hates me.
no. It's not good.
Why does my body hate me? And unfortunately, because we're on YouTube,
Epic Abby said get some rest, Arra.
because we're on YouTube and I'm tiny, I'm too tiny of a content creator. I cannot raid anyone. So chat, thank you for joining me.
No!
Love y'all. I'm gonna end the stream, and then I'll talk to Abby and Kawaii later.
Okay.